Hello. Um, I hope everyone's had a good day so far. It is Wednesday, August 11th, 2021, and it is, well, I mean, clearly I'm already starting half an hour later than normal, but you gotta make time to eat if you're gonna do a long stream like this. Uh, Thank you, Fragilities, for following. I did see that pop in. I'm actively trying to get a laptop working to make sure I can make sure that the stream's going correctly. So, peek behind this curtain, I have my normal, what I actually use as a setup, and then a second screen with the whole Twitch delay to see if there's anything that's horribly wrong. But, unfortunately, apparently within the last 3 days or so, it updated. And it wants to go through all of the whole update stuff, and sometimes I forget information like what a password could be. And it's usually saved on the device. So... but that's okay. I'll figure that out later on. Well, once that thing finishes launching, we'll probably get it. I'll probably get it up and running. Or maybe not. Who knows? I mean, I'm gonna try to, because it's always good to have the secondary. That's where I also check to see how my sound sounds when I think about it. I kind of didn't do that last time I streamed, but all right. Yeah, I hope everyone is having a good day. It's halfway through the week. We're getting there. Again, sorry I couldn't stream yesterday. I got home at 11 o'clock at night. And after being up since 3:30 in the morning, 20 hours awake is not a thing to start immediately streaming afterwards. I kind of needed sleep. I didn't even set my usual alarms today, which is partly why I'm running a little behind. But that's also because I'm a human, and there's one thing I know I don't like to do is adhere to a strict schedule a lot. So what do? I become a streamer with a strict schedule. Or, yeah, frankly, I've made the schedule a lot looser in the last couple of weeks, but alright. So the last thing we did was play Breath of Fire 3, Path of the Goddess mod. The last thing I did on that game was finished Mary Leap. So she's done. She is no longer a master I have to worry about, except for stat growth. And then... oh, come on, I can remember this. It was just a day ago. We went through the lighthouse, because we have to do that before we can access Mary Leap. We walked into the volcano, but I don't think we did anything beyond a couple of, ready fights while there. Which means the volcano is still a thing that we have to tackle, which is fine. It's not a bad location. Oh. Right, I looked at the price of a card and then got sad. There we go. Okay. Let's, with this one, Yeah, I gotta move that over here so it's not in the way. Alright. Close the folder. Gonna hit pause on this for now. Because now we're gonna switch over to this one. Yes. And this one doesn't have the music name overlay, so I know this is the right one because it's impolite to play other music over these games. Because, again, there's a reason why a lot of these games have very specific music to them. Any game that's like, take a look at Fallout. Granted, like let's say Fallout 3 and Fallout 4. I never saw much of Fallout 1 or 2 being played. So Fallout 3 and 4 used the radio system quite a bit, so you could listen to songs on the radio. There's a very specific set of songs that they chose to play on the radio. But no, that's not a but. But take a look at GTA, Grand Theft Auto, like 3 and up. I think they were just playing whatever is the hot music at the time and not a stylized list. It's the difference between a movie with a very memorable soundtrack and one that's kind of forgettable. Not to say anything about the movie itself, but what was it? A Knight's Tale? I think that was the movie where it played like kind of the samey generic songs and all that. Like it's a medieval movie. You don't need to start it with "The boys are back in town." That's not going to get very far with, at least with me. Some people it might. Okay, Gar's under Gyato, and man, I hope the -3 to all stats is not going to be a problem. But I will remember to do this. Because Gar innately resists fire. So let's pick up some fire boosters. Ouch. I mean, yeah, this is... Okay, it is 10 times their level. And I don't know how long it lasts, because I just don't remember. So if it lasts until they gain a level, this was a poor investment. If it lasts for a certain amount of time, great. But that said, if it lasts until they gain a level, then it's an ideal move when you hit level 99. Because ain't no levels to gain beyond that. Now, if I remember correctly, which I do, Peko still has Charm. And literally all the other skills that Mary Lee taught. However, Yeah, there's the Java update sound. Good, so that's working. However, I want to see. Right. This will have Gar loaded out for Bear. He should still deal a fair amount of damage. Oh god, Nina can almost kill the lizard man by herself. Alright, the other thing that I have to remember is Vulcans have a lot more health, and I think they hit for a fair amount more. I haven't actually seen what other skills they can do. Just seen that they can use Lava Burst. Oh. Well, there goes every other stat. He got 2 power, but 11 health. It's okay, Gar. Gyato is only necessary for, what, 10 levels? Yeah. That's the kind of stuff I want to see. Yeah. Let's do this. Gar is going to get a lot of experience today. Hey, hello, phone. You are making a noise. Fair enough. All right. Alright, this is what I have Molotovs for. Should still defend, though. Nope, guess he's using Lava Burst. Yeah, that's good. Now, we've seen that Lava Burst doesn't deal a lot of damage. And it'd probably not even hit Ryu if I put him in the Asbestos armor. So I want to see what I can learn from these guys. Okay, so it does put me at the bottom either way. Ah! Well, that tells me a lot. Mostly that I cannot learn that ability. Don't need to keep doing this. Two levels. 23 HP, for power. I mean, Gar's stats are not going up, but his health is. So normally, I would have Peko in that department because Peko has a substantial health growth naturally anyway. However, I think this is for the best. Okay. And Gar has to hit, what, 23 for a total of 10 levels? I think I remember Ice Blast hit for like 500 at one point. So I gotta be careful. I'm also gonna have to, sort my inventory. Just has so much health. Good solid level growth there, Gar. Now comes the dangerous part. I should have gone into my inventory a lot sooner than I did. Everyone's confused? Everyone's confused. Alright, who's Ryu gonna kill? Looks like it was Gar. 2 for 2? Oh, thank God. Use a fire attack that hits everybody. I dare you. Oh, are you serious? Did anybody hit the gas on the way down? No. Alright, I still have to climb up, though. Missed the chest. already know double blow, so that's not a concern. Use Wind Strike. Let me learn Wind Strike. Is Ryu's skill list full? Is Nina's skill list full? No, I still got a couple spots in Nina. Gar doesn't have nearly anything, and one spot on Ryu. Learn Wind Strike. Okay, cool. It is still a Ring of Fire. Because I got concerned at a point in time. Also, which doesn't help that I am terrible at the tower minigame. I wasn't certain if I was going to have access to fire absorption or not. Does Thunderclap just kill it straight out? Awesome. Triple Vulcan. Ooh. Can't see. Times like this, I wish I would have given Gar Charm. Or bought more fish that heal AP. But at least I'm getting vitamins. Yeah, no, I'm gonna do this. Yeah, so it looks like they have about 800 HP, which is definitely more than, I think, the 300 they initially had. But I'm also dealing more damage, so... Nope, the one that defended is not the one that was about to attack, so there. Gar, what happened to your resistance to fire? You shouldn't have taken any damage from that. Alright, let's see what level you get to. 21. Gained 47 HP. Ooh, 1 point of defense. I still gotta move along this path. He's got what? Two more levels? Yeah, at level 23, he'll be under Gyato for 10 levels. Have to pick those up. Oh, all but one. I could have just regular attacked. Well, hopefully Fire Blast kills him. Well, hopefully Chill will kill it. Well, hopefully Nina will kill it. Well, hopefully Nina will kill it. What do you steal from the Lava Man anyway? It's probably like a vitamin or something. Something weird like that. Well, doesn't really matter, I guess. Nah. Alright, this could kill Nina. Of course, the other side of it is, I only have 30 AP left. But Gar did go up another level. No. Or yes, apparently. Interesting. Oh, I didn't want to heal Nina. She's the one that's going to be walking on the lava. Alright, we can become big boy now. And also little boy. There we go. What? I have fears. Actually afraid of this. I think the best method here is to just attack. Like, I'm gonna have Gar use Monopolize, I'm gonna have Ryu use Chill. But for the most part, I'm probably just gonna hit Auto Fight. Like, Nina takes minimal damage from fire, and I can put a ring of fire on her. I just wanted to not worry about it at all. But I want to see how much damage this does, even from Ryu. About 30. Yeah, this fight will just fight itself. I do have to go and pick up more skill inks, though. Which means I'll have to go and do some fishing. And then before I come back in here the next time, I have to double check that the fire booster is still active. You know, in case it's a time thing and not a level thing. Because clearly Gar has gained almost 10 levels. so you might be able to tell from the title. I'm trying to get through the Mikba fight today, is the plan. Now, I know that's looking real far ahead, but like we have 3 bosses before that, and 2 areas that I haven't been. And, of course, a whole entire master. Which, I don't know. I don't know who's gonna get Honduras. Nah, we're not gonna fight that. Apparently we are gonna... No, we're not fighting this fight. Not again. Besides, Nina only has enough AP for 1 more Vulcan. I should check how far Gar is. Mostly because I forgot again. Okay. 1,200 or so. That's what? 1 Vulcan. I mean, if it's right here, I'll take it. Okay, so it uses Ignis Circle, which, that's fine. I want to see what else it does. No, that's Ignis Circle again. Okay, she's currently set to absorb fire. Nice. Perfect. Okay, who walked into the yellow mist? We're gonna try to steal stuff from them first, including AP. Now, it could just be because it was super defensive. Yes. But now that it's not defending, maybe I'll get something? Good to know that that theory panned out. I guess it... No, I'll try one more time. Just to make sure. Okay, yeah, it's out. Apparently it's not out, but can't get any. Kind of knows Frost Strike, doesn't he? Alright, how badly does this hurt? Because he's not, you know, absorbing, he's just negating. That's still a fair hit. Yes, I do know Frost Strike. Nice. Nice. Alright, so I only have asbestos armor. I don't have a magma armor, which I normally would like to have, but here we are. Yeah, I'm gonna go fish up some fish to buy some skill links, to have skill links. I think 4 ought to do it. In the meantime, however, let's see what new skill Gyato teaches. Because normally he teaches Trump, Berserk, and Sudden Death. And he might not teach Berserk. Oh, there's Trump. All right, skill number 2. There's Berserk. Ice Blitz. Wait, Ice Blitz? Is that like a multi-target ice attack? No, it's just a stronger version of Ice Blast. And cheaper. So, I mean, that's not nothing. So we've got 2 more skills to pick up. See what they are. Fissure? New Earthquake spell? I mean, I'm going to grab the last skill first, but... Gar learned too many skills, didn't he? No, he didn't. Something's not adding up here. But it would be nice to give Nina an earth attack. So that'll be good. I'm gonna go to the tent. See if the master list is any different. Even though technically he doesn't teach sudden death anymore, or he didn't teach me sudden death. Maybe he's not gonna have a star by his name. Yeah, he didn't teach me sudden death, so he doesn't have a star. Alright, I'm gonna go up 1 more level, even though it says Gyato teaches a 5th skill at 10 levels. I'm just gonna hope for the best on this one. No, not sort use. We're just gonna walk into a battlefield and get into a fight. This one. Hey, Rashama. I might have encountered an interesting situation here. And you might be able to help out. But, so... the README lists Gyato as having 5 skills to teach. By a certain point. I've gotten Gar to that level, and I only learned 4. So it's more of a question of, does Gyato only teach 4 skills, or 5? Because I'm going to do another quick level just to see if there's somehow I missed something. And I made sure Gar had the open, I think I made sure he had the open spot to learn something. Yeah. He's got the open spot. So... Oh, one of them's Tsunami. Okay. Wait, Gyato just teaches Tsunami. Nice. Alright, so... And then since it doesn't teach sudden death, you won't have a star, just like the same way. Oh. Okay. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I didn't do the whole do a couple levels, go back and pick up the skills. I was like, okay, Gar's gained 10 levels, let's go get everything at once. Alright, so if one of them is Tsunami, then that makes perfect sense. Because I already learned that from the dolphin. Could have just bought Rainbow Trout. It's faster to walk back and buy the Rainbow Trout. Yeah, that's true. Which is only weird because, you know, it's different skills, and sometimes I don't think about what skills I may have learned from an enemy or from some other place. We don't have any masters that double up on skills, right? Like, no two masters teach the same skill. Mostly because that would be weird. I mean, we already have an instance of a master teaches Magic Ball and then a different one later teaches Mind Sword. Because Mind Sword is clearly the superior attack unless something I'm unaware of. Like in the game's coding itself. Yeah, still easier and faster to go and buy the Rainbow Trout than to fish them up. I mean, at this point in time, money is not terribly an issue, especially if the stat increase items sell for 5k each, and I can just farm them off of Goo Titans. Sure, it's silly to use all of those life shards for money instead of health, but... Oh, I think he found out eventually. Because he kept wondering why I had like 20 life shards. Because having steel is a great ability, and it's just makes things so good. Like, not right now, of course. In the previous playthrough. So that would also make sense as to why you've removed, you know, magic shards and proteins as stealable objects. Nope, no more close ones, so. Nope, overshot. Yeah. I don't need too many skillings right now. Let's see. I think I've learned everything that I can. Aside from counter, I have not learned counter. That's about the only skill that I could have learned up to this point from a master. Because I haven't mastered anybody under fall. Because, well, I have to say, normally he teaches charge, resist, and counter. I know charge and resist already. And, again, my powerhouse character is the slowest one, so counter is useless. But either way, that's only like, oh, it's 6 levels. Or so. Also, still hard to say if he teaches something different. Okay. Let's unload some of these abilities. Now, it'll still sell for a pretty penny, because I think Bellcaller buys for 10,000. But you won't gain the life from it. If I may make a suggestion, how about one of the artifacts, like the clay pot or the marbles, that if you have the antiques, that's it. That if you have the antique seller, you can get a fair amount of money for, but not if you just sell them to a regular store. That way, it's still kind of an okay steal, but not gonna be breaking the game, especially early on. Alright, gotta put all of these away. Don't need to have Tsunami there. Alright, Nina, you get... fissure and chill. And I'll put away wall of fire. And resist, maybe? No, sanctuary. The reason I hold on to sanctuary is in case we encounter a situation where the boss uses a bunch of stat increases. Nah, resist. Don't need resist. That's just a cheaper frost blast or ice blast. It's probably stronger, but is it good enough to take a slot in your skills? I'll hold off on that for now. However, Momo can absolutely get it. Because Momo doesn't have an ice attack aside from ammunition. Everything? Wait. Who's supposed to be getting these healing skills? Alright. I've always been very skeptical about the chance of restoring a dead member. Yeah, see, that seems entertaining and, like, kind of weird, but you still get... You have to go through the steps to get the money from it, as opposed to just being like, okay, I managed to steal from a Goo Titan and run away very early on. As opposed to, you have to literally be in the adult section and have access to the antique shop from the fairies. So you have to do the fairy village too. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, the bell collar is hilarious in its own right, because it's like, cool, I get this thing that makes more enemies show up. You've replaced all of the stealable stat items, right? Including the ones from the Hobgoblin in the factory. Because you can steal power foods from them. Okay. Good, because that could have been real bad. Those are the ones that are easy to get and actually have the most effect on a game. Just suddenly power foods, the vitamins from these guys. I am very happy to see them because it's hard to get vitamins. Mostly because I don't think anybody actually sells them. Maybe one of the Fairy Village shops does. But let's see. Nope, not what I wanted. 2, 3, 4 open slots. That's as many skills as Hondura teaches. So that should be good. She's probably not going to master him before I go into the next phase, but... Oh, she does not need Mighty Chomp. Man, who's gonna get this? Because, no, nope, no more double blow. You say that, but, they have their use. I'll give it that. Do I give Ryu Charm? That means I waste an extra turn charming with Ryu. Or do I give Nina Charm? She's fast. Somehow. Oh, right. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I think I can fully get rid of Cure. Gar can have Cure. His MP can handle it now. Deca can have Monopolize back. That is true. Okay. This should work. All right, Gar, you're out of the party for now. Momo's coming in. Yes. I should eventually replace that Dream Ring with something else. Like maybe a Titan Belt. I should also, take the Titan Belts off of Gar. But that's not a concern for right now. Hit a save state, because we haven't done that in a bit. Okay. Time to finish up this volcano. Alright, I'll ask the question. Does Fall teach the same 3 skills as normal? Or does he teach a new skill? You don't have to say what it is, just if it's a different skill than what he normally teaches. Because if he teaches the same stuff, I'm walking away from him. Fantastic. Yeah, that makes sense. Now, is it possible to have enemy triggers? Like, an enemy won't spawn, like you were talking about, until how you wanted to make the end game of that little area before Mount Glaus in springtime have a bunch of hard enemies. Is it possible to put separate triggers that won't, flags that won't happen until Ryu's an adult? Like to say, put a mini boss inside the lighthouse perchance. Or these other areas that you don't go back to when you're an adult. Ah, that's unfortunate. Yeah, I guess the way that they got around that in the past was like the gooey. Oh yeah, like with Zig, that makes sense. Yeah, the way they got around the whole trying to do stuff at end game as opposed to early game was how gooey would initially just not do anything unless you were 6 levels higher than it, and it's level 45 or yeah 45 innately. I forgot to go to town. Gotta make sure I'm upped on my flame booster. Which, that might be the only reason why Nina didn't die from the Ignis circle. Yeah. Glad I checked this. I mean, the question is, what spells would Zig use? Probably, like, ice-based spells. I mean, after all, he's already a muscle wizard. He casts Fist. Okay. Oh man, resist would make some people really mad, especially if it was like, if Zig was somehow faster, you get a crit and then he resists the following turn. But that would be, again, yeah, you're right. That would be a lot more hard coding to try to do. Because it's like, he's such a good fighter that he knows you're going to do something, and he'll protect himself from it. Okay. But not blind. He definitely would never use blind. Oh, dang it. Come on, Ryu, snap out of this confusion. Thank you. Yeah, the problem is Mighty Chop just doesn't have a strong attack so far as I've seen anyway. Even if I use it on something with super high defense, it's just a medium skill. Actually, it's lower than that, but that might just be because regular attacks usually do more than it anyway. Nah. I'm sorry, Lava Men. I said nah. Oh, you're just gonna kill yourselves on? Fine. You know what? You're dead now. I hope you're happy. Now, to remember how this fight goes. Oh yeah, no, double multi-strike probably would be an easier one to get in there. But yeah, double or triple blow, I can absolutely see it. Because then it still has the slight variance of maybe he'll only hit you one time, or maybe you'll get punched 3 times in a row. All right. Light bangle there. Life sandals, sure. I used up all of my flame prism. That's fine. Okay, boss time. Oh. Probably could have done another thing where, like, he has different... Well, I mean, he might already have different dialogue for if Gar's in the party. But you can do different, kind of different things where if different players are in the party, right? Like, how in, say, Final Fantasy V, during the first little water channel, all of the octopus enemies would attack female characters and not the male characters for some ungodly reason. Which is supposed to be the big hint of the first massive reveal that Ferris is supposed to be a female character. Okay, so these things, good music, good music. All right, these things normally give power foods, and he gives like a stick. I think he gives a stick. So we're gonna see how much that does while I try to start stealing from them. Yeah, okay, it is just Ice Blast. But how much damage? 100. I don't think... I mean, yeah, of course he's gonna heal him. Probably each time. Okay, okay. Let's see. So, Drooling Old Man healed everybody. One of them used multi-target fire attack. One of them just attacked. Let's shield up. And let's try stealing from the old man so I can kill him off so he stops healing everybody. Of course, he might change his tactic too. Nope, same tactic. Well, I mean... okay. Sorry, Momo. Ruby Scepter. That's a new one. That wouldn't be available right now. And it's faster than the quarterstaff anyway. Okay, alright. Now, I'm not gonna lie, it's possible I'll die from this. This is not necessarily a winning fight or a losing fight, but ooh. Yeah, the lucky strikes are definitely hurting. Wait. She had a slower weapon equipped. Right. Now she doesn't anymore. I know, just 1 point. Let's see how much damage Fizzer does. Yeah. How much damage Nina's Earthquake does. Also, great. Jesus, 300 to the worms? Or at least to one of them. Really hard to see how much damage the other one takes. Come on. Give me your items. Wait, what did the old man do last turn? Right. Of course he's gonna use Vitalize. Because I just don't... Okay. That's not terrible. I mean, any item is acceptable at this point. He's gonna... Oh wait, no, yeah, let's examine Cylia. Demon Bane. Okay, cool. So enemies can use Demon Bane. And here's one that does. So it looks like the top one is more physical based, whereas the bottom one is more magic. Makes sense. Therefore, it would also make sense that the top one would have something attack related. And the bot, well, I can try to blunt the top one's power at least. Oh no, that doesn't make it scary. This is actually very interesting. I'm gonna try to steal from the top one, see if I get something that'll help. And Momo's doing a good job keeping the floor from going anywhere. Yeah, that makes sense. And definitely picking up the flame booster before this fight really helps out. Oh yeah, no, that's... let's make you slower. Wait, no. Making the enemy slower is not going to accomplish anything. Earthquake did about 300. How much does Chill do? Man, if I could just steal these items, I could actually end this fight. Although, granted, I do want to try the Dragon Shift to see how much it'll be different. Okay. I don't think anybody else is gonna be... Yeah, let's just hit you with a bog standard ice attack. 30. Nice. Everyone's at full health again? Everyone's at full health again. At least they only keep hitting Ryu. He can handle it. It's just such a low rate of steal. And after Old Man Winter here gave a Ruby Scepter, I want to know what these things give. All right. Color me terrified. Oh, if that was a critical hit. Power food. Awesome. Immediately not sorry I kept Sanctuary. So the top one gave power food, and it's, of course, the fighter. Will the bottom one give a fish head? Oh yeah, no, it makes it hard for me to buff too, but... I did just get hit with snap, which lowered defense. Also, you know, using it caused shield. I think shield goes away after a little while anyway. So I'm not gonna be concerned about that. Oh, here's the shield again. Come on. Give me the nice item that you have. Okay, 2 power foods. Cool. Yeah, regular heal ought to do it. Now comes the real hard question. I can only do this for a turn at best, maybe 2. But can I not die? Yes, but like that's the only concern. I think I've lowered Cherub's power. Yes, that's where I have to hit. He crit. Well, it was worth a shot. And unfortunately, I don't have the AP to do that again. And I'm not gonna use, like, a wisdom fruit to do it. Because that's just a waste of AP. Alright, we'll just heal him back up and then focus fire the old man down. No, the old man resisted magic. Well, he resisted elemental magic. Nope, wrong one. Can he resist sword? Also, that's... Alright. Once again, if it hits Nina, bad time, because Nina is the fastest one, and I'll probably wipe if Nina dies right here. Fortunately, I'm not a demon. Yeah, this is not a bad fight. This is actually really entertaining. A bit challenging. Granted, I probably would be in a better position if Momo was not sleeping right now. But I would definitely be in a worse position if I didn't set up my defenses. Old man can crit? Oh no. Alright. I think I can take a turn to get her up. Because again, she was on the ground. They shouldn't target her with any attacks this turn. And if they do, this was still a valid use of an ammonia to keep my other party members from dying. That could have hit Nina. Definitely worth it. Let's see. Well, it's not as good as... I know. Momo, unfortunately, they just don't like her for that much for some reason. Alright, it's not as useful as some of the other things, but do I go with that, or do I just go reverse? Experience 3 each turn. Yeah, let's become a flame whelp. I'll at least be able to fully absorb fire. Okay. What did I lose? Defense. Yeah. Also, Nina's confused. Right? She has a fire stick equipped. Oh, again? Oh boy. Nina might be dead. Okay, she has control again. Ryu might kill her, but safest bet. Okay, no, that's fine. Astral Warp caught me off guard. All right, old man, how much do you heal? 44. I think this is still the correct strategy. I mean, unless something happens and it's... It'll buy me another turn as a dragon. Actually, it'll buy me 2 turns. So once again, I'm still concerned about if I defeat him, what happens with these two? Will they change their tactic? And start using skills like Fire Whip? Earthquake did a lot more damage than Ice did. The question is, how much damage does Magic Worm take? 100. Nope. Kind of a fool's move to heal the dragon, but it's better than getting knocked out of dragon form from the first attack and then immediately dying from the second attack. I would rather run out of AP and have the ability to heal myself. It missed. Alright, how much does magic deal to you? Untyped. Still 100. Well, I don't want that to happen again, so... You have dodge. It is hard to hit you. So I have to kill you with magic, and I can focus fire the other one with fighting. Yeah. It might have other moves, but are they more effective is the question. I gotta heal him up again. Whoa, well, if that's the case, then I am slightly more terrified. Because I thought Flame Whip was one of the more strong fire attacks. I guess the question is its other move not a fire attack? Or is it just like howling or something? Oh, there it is! Hit Ryu? No, you hit Nina. Oh! Hit Ryu? Are you also hit? Okay, thank God. Oh. All right. Right now I'm level 24-ish. So about 10 levels beyond, well, 8 levels beyond what the game would presume I would be at right now, I think. Gotta heal Ryu as fast as possible. Yeah, I think, well, Nina's 23, Ryu's 25, and Momo's currently dead, but 21. Hello, Ignis Circle. Oh, you had to hit Ryu. Alright, he might actually be dead. This thing does a lot of damage. A lot of damage. Even through resist fire. So that's saying something. Probably shouldn't have spent so much time trying to steal from them. Oh, and it uses Corona. Okay, cool. This is fine. This is just a regular fire attack. Well, I mean, that's the name of the ability. I think it's just sun. Yeah, it's supposed to be sun waves or something like that. But yes, I absolutely see the irony in the name. I'm glad that killing the old man didn't cause this to get much worse. Like, sure, this is scary and all, but it's not like, oh, there we go. There it is. All right. We have a reasonable loss of a game over. The bad news is I don't remember when I saved. I hope it was after the skills. Looks like it was afterwards, so. I'll even start with higher agility so I can get extra turns from the beginning. Okay. And Momo will probably die very quickly anyway. But that's whatever. The worst part is walking all the way back. I could probably buy more fish, though. More AP fish. I mean, that's fair. It is a nice, it's a good place to put a wall. As opposed to, say, making Gar the hardest boss that you'd have to worry about fighting in the first half. Because that's like, cool, you're just with Ryu, and Gar's stats are normally based off of what Ryu's level is. Sea Brain. It doesn't matter. I'll just buy more of them. Maybe not that many. Yeah, that's good. Exactly. Is there any better gear that Momo can wear? I mean, yes. It's a strict agility upgrade. I might be able to get Momo to 30 agility as well. Maybe she can survive in the fight and have extra turns. Who knows? Ooh, I can. Is that really the only way I can get to 30? Yeah. And I will say, oop, I forgot to get my boosters again. Picking up those boosters makes this fight actually possible, which is why I thought about this kind of a little yesterday of this is a necessity. I could go with Gar instead of Momo. Should I go with Gar? No, I'm gonna go with Momo still. At least for right now. True, he does have the innate fire resist. And I mean, it's not like Momo's weak against fire or something like that. Right. But no. I think the only character that's innately weak to fire is Pekka. I feel like I'm hearing something out the back of my head. That's not a pretty sound. Okay. We're gonna save here. Which is perfectly fine. Do a quick save in case something goes wrong. No, I figured Gar would have been weak to Holy. And also, like, qualify as a demon for the purposes of Demon Bane. You know, kind of like the other Guardian. Oh yeah, I should probably, like, sort my inventory again. Not inventory, my skills. Also, I've yet to sort my inventory. I made a comment about that at the start of the stream, and I haven't done it. That's true. But also learning what it has now And I don't think I can learn Mind... I might be able to learn Mind Sword from it, but it would be easier just to pick up Mind Sword from Emitai. Probably. Fire monsters take more or less damage from Earth. You know what? If it kills the Vulcan, so be it. But I usually recall Earth dealing nothing to most of them. Yeah, that's about right. Oh, good. So I also hit one of the lava men with a Molotov. True. Like, I'm not gonna lie, if Momo had managed to stay alive a lot of the time, she might have... Woo! Okay. Immediately less concerned. I'ma go save. Sometimes the game gives you what you need. Now that said, of course, we've clearly seen that they will use skills that aren't fire-based and aren't magic-based at all. Yeah, I may as well rest. Yes, and dual-type fire spells. So... yeah, is Ignis Circle's other type Shadow? Because I know Nina's current... No. Well, because I know Nina was absorbing the whole thing, but because Gar and Ryu have taken damage from this spell itself, I was wondering, clearly there has to be something else going on there. Because their flame was at 6, and Nina's was at 7. Oh, she just has strict resistance. So at Flame of 7, I'll just resist Ignis Circle as opposed to absorb it. But since Nina's flame is 7 plus a resist, it should be at like 8 or 9. Because of also the flame block. You know, this controller's starting to act a little wonky. Ah, okay. I mean, that makes sense. She's a bird person. Why wouldn't she resist wind? She's also a mage. Why wouldn't she resist every element? Hey Momo, go for a walk. Yeah. I mean, that's the issue with glass cannons. You get one good shot. Better hope it hits. Alright, so Ina has Ring of Fire and the Wisdom Ring. Ryu has, I think, protection from status, the light bangle. I think I put that on him. No, that was the last go around. Now he has protection from status. And none of that actually matters. Also super glad that Momo was able to gain a level and get 3 agility, to where the asbestos armor will... Really, game? Really? No, I'm not going to fight this fight right now. I am worried about what's going to happen, except for the fact that Momo was in front, so not technically on the bridge. Now I am. I probably should have healed, but I didn't do that. I took minimal damage anyway. So, what's his story? Clearly, he has some sort of interest in the souls of the dragons. Who is he? Why is he? And were there other characters that I could have talked to that would have said, yeah, it feels like he should be. I half want to say that he's an Urkin who has strayed from God because of he witnessed everything that happened all those years ago. Which is why he doesn't innately have the ability to be a dragon, but still wants to avenge all those in the tower. Okay, what was I gonna do? How was I gonna start this? Yes, shield. That's a good start. And then I'm not gonna try to get the power food this go around because it's power food, oh well. Sure, it's nice in the long run, but that's if you can get a lot of it. And sometimes wasting 20 turns trying to steal something, not as important. Solid hit. I mean, that's not nothing, but I don't think that would so much be the case, strictly because of the guards that they have at Angel Tower, that they don't let any non-Urkin in. So, I mean, unless he had the blessing of whatever the Patriarch was, I don't think he would have managed to get inside of Angel Tower. If he's the reason for the guards, then maybe. That very well could be. Well, yeah, so that one feeds into, like I said, an Urkin who has strayed from God by going crazy. But let's raise Nina's agility just a little more. So we've had, each of us have raised our defense 1. Nina's agility has gone up 1. Sanctuary is not a good play this go around. At least not yet. The minute he uses War Chant, absolutely Sanctuary. Let's see. Interesting additional point. What if he is actually the zombie dragon? Because we defeat him here, and then his soul goes to where the second most zombie or dragon souls are found, which is the mind. And he's like, "What? I thought something happened. How are you still here, Guardian? Did you not die at the tower after I tried stopping you last time?" Ooh, berry. Well, all right. What's the flaw? Because it's always good to know these as well. Not this go around, but Ryu had been in the mine for 8 years since the events at Angel Tower. So he might the spirit might still remember. Ryu went there initially because that's where he was born. That one's just the standard return to your birthplace kind of situation. Okay, I did successfully steal the Ruby Scepter, so I don't need to try that anymore. I'm still gonna try it. So it was Miracle, Thorn, and Reverse. So, ooh. Somehow more damage than initially. All right. I just need to not get crit. Yeah, okay. That one's true. He would know where they were going. And frankly, if he would have been there earlier, like if it was a thought of he gave up his brood powers, which then became the dragon zombie, he would have known that Ryu was having trouble and would have been able to do anything literally the first run around. So that's a fair problem. Yeah. Eat super high resist. My only problem is a critical hit. Like from... Oh, yes! 500 damage. It's a nice solid hit. Yeah, let's try wind. Oh, I only had one turn as that. Oh, that's some hefty AP cost. But 500 damage does make it feel a lot better. Deshaun should be dead this turn. I think Momo might have slight lowered resistance to fire. Because I don't have anything else on her that would have made her not absorb or not block that attack. So she might be slightly weak to fire already. And yeah, it's possible that the dragon itself is the corrupted version, which then, after being defeated, is the... That's not a good smell. Is why you get the fusion gene, because it's her soul returning to normal, maybe, and not an emissary of Miria giving you a dragon gene for some reason. All right, I have to step away for a second. This smell is kind of getting me, and I don't know what it is, so be right back. Turns out it's a couple of things that I wasn't 100% certain on, but it's fine. Oh good, there's a weather alert happening. Still want to kill the old man as fast as possible. That's why. So it's not that Gast was a bad guardian. It's just that he grew a conscience of what he had done. It's possible that he could have been a guardian that, again, strayed from the light of God, but didn't give up his power, which is why he never entered the sleep of stone. And it's, I mean, Maria doesn't do much on this side of the planet anyway. Yeah, no, I can see that. All right, time to do the second cheapest thing I can. Oh, there's the Mind Sword. Is Momo dead? That's a lot of phone notifications. Like a lot. Yeah. I didn't learn Mind Sword. I think Momo might just be strictly on tossing fish to Ryu. Well, it's a real good thing I turned into a dragon for that. Yeah, I know, right? barrier. I think that's the one I need. And then I'm gonna actually spend... Jesus, that costs 11. I might have to use that wisdom fruit. But clearly, I'm not going to be able to learn Mind Sword or Triple Blow. How much damage does Momo take? Oh, yeah. Bone Dart? Oh, yeah. No, I can absolutely see Diaz causing a problem with that. Don't kill Momo. Good. If I can take out one of the two, I can be fine. And Thorn with fire. Oh no. No, I think Momo's dead if the other one uses Flame Whip. There it is. Alright, so Momo's dead. Unfortunately. But that also did confirm my suspicion of if I use the Thorn gene with the Fire gene, I'll be able to absorb fire. For the most part, Ignis Circle might still deal damage to me. Alright. Nina just has to not die. I will use a Wisdom Fruit here. A little. But again, it's not... This isn't the worst position. Because at least I know I'm fast enough to be able to revive and fully heal Momo before they can act. And I bought enough fish to be able to, like, last the turn. Yeah. I kind of thought maybe the asbestos armor would... Oh, you know War Shout. Wow. Ah. You know what? Good on you, Momo. You survived that hit like a champ. In fact, have a vitamin. And then you're gonna use barrier on yourself this time. Maybe just to be able to survive any of these spells. And unfortunately, in doing that, I left the war chant up. And I didn't sanctuary. Because, I don't know, hoping for the best. All I have to do is lower the top one's power anyway. And thankfully, they aren't also using things like temptation. Alright, so the last of these hit Momo for 91. How much this time around? Oh, that's good to see. Yes! Haha! Frankly, I might have had to buy more fish, but I didn't want to spend too much on this. Except it's clearly going to be worth it. Yes! Alright. We halfway there. Fire Whip will still be an issue. But... yeah, that was 666. A critical hit. Probably should have healed Momo. I can have Momo heal herself. Yeah. Yeah, Mind Sword is still going to be a problem because, wait, 12? Okay, buddy. I think I'm going to stop healing AP. This fight is on lock. As long as I'm a Dragonite, I guess. So another 2 turns. Alright, how much damage does Momo take from this attack? Nice. Yeah, that's fine. Wait, Ice is on healing 93? Okay. That's about comparable. Okay, who's dead? Just in case it uses Mind Sword one last time. Or not. Ooh, a light clothing. Neat. I mean, it doesn't do anything, but it's still neat. I think it's actually... No, it's not better than the creep cape. Crepe cape. But we managed to get through that without the party dying. No complaints there. Sure, we didn't get the 2 power foods, but I'll take that loss. And we only died 1 time against that boss. I mean, it took 40 minutes, but... Okay, that's fine. As much as I would love, like, a ring that gave 10 armor, that's probably never... I don't think that's actually in the game, so... You made the Barbarossa cheaper. Like... by a whole third. Hi, Hina. Oh, that's unfortunate. Is it truly that bad? I haven't gotten a chance to look at your stream yesterday. I saw that you weren't playing it today, so... I mean, frankly, you've played the first 2, right? So... it's definitely kind of not always been the best combat system in particular. Right, you're an inn. Oh, I was absolutely going to. As with the normally, I tend to. God, I kind of forgot to ask about that too, didn't I? So, yes, the VOD schedules are a little delayed from normal play. Okay, I'm actually gonna save real quick. Because if the option of a mini boss is here, I'm gonna make sure I fight it. I did rest, right? Or did I just save? I might have, actually just done this literal 2 minutes ago. But okay, 4 minutes ago. But I'm also gonna hit a quick save, especially after the boss fight. Now, there's a mini boss through here. The question is where? Awesome. So I'll set up a battlefield right here, because I wasn't certain if it was going to be one of the ones where it was like, ooh, a float. Let's see who got mad that I took their float. I mean, sure. They are floating. I'll give them that. Right, Junktown didn't have any fish because it's not a fishing town. Of course. Oh! They're leveled up curs! Okay, let's see. Best method here is to focus fire one of them down while I try to keep the other one alive for a bit. And, of course, steal from them. Well, I mean... Ooh, howling. Come on. Wow, no one. Temptation's a little bit more of a pain, but... there went Ryu. Still probably good. Oh, okay. Reasonable jump. Howling again. Oh, Nina's confused this go around. Ow. Right, he doesn't have the fire sword equipped. Forgot about that for a second. Also... Fun thought, let's try to get Nina's speed up. I'm still gonna try to steal from him. Okay. I might choose this time to run away. Maybe. I am also very bold sometimes. But no, if they got a lucky strike that critted Ryu for 200, all it's gonna take is one well-placed hit like that, and I'm definitely out. Fortunately, I just saved. I could run away. But hilariously, running away and finding an inn to fully heal afterwards is less time than just relaunching a save. Pyrokinesis. Now, could that be because I just used a fire skill? Probably not. He probably just has that as an ability. Because they keep barking fire at me. Can I kill one of them, though? Guess not. There, that's what I was waiting on. The high power jump. Because that's what jump does. That's why it's such a strong ability at times. It can hit close to your max regular hit. Including, like, a critical hit. Alright, maybe I'll try again, but only encounter one of them this time. But yes, I definitely should have asked about uploading the VODs earlier. I definitely forgot about that one. Let's see, it's the second week, so on Friday, the first couple days, the last week's videos will go live. I don't remember how many videos actually got made last week. Well, fantastic. It's good to see that people at least are finding the videos enjoyable. Because honestly, I'm doing this because it's fun. If other people find fun from it too, then great. That is a lot of water on the coast. Oops. Okay. This is after I bought everything, right? Yeah. After I bought everything I was gonna buy. But I definitely didn't buy the Thunder Rod. No siree. Yep, and there's two of them again. So. No, I want to try this. I'm not gonna lie. I will run away from this fight if I have to. Because now that I've seen that there's a great health disparity. And, you know, sometimes I just want to steal from it. Okay, we'll slow the other one too. Ryu's gonna die if I do this. Let's not let Ryu die. At least not yet. Because it's dragon time. Okay, so they used fire, they used confuse. Let's just become a whelp so we have an HP shield. Bye, Nina. We're gonna try confuse, and then we're gonna hit the other one. Maybe it'll get confused. Maybe I'll get confused. Okay. Well, then it would make sense that they would show up in twos then. All right, Momo, who are you gonna hit? Of course. Oh, man. Using temptation a lot, I see. And they were faster than Momo. No, I'm willing to run from this fight. All right. I might have to do a little bit of body work before I can fight them again, which is unfortunate. But then again, there is also one more thing I need to take care of. But the fact that they exist will make this more difficult. All right, Pecco. You're up. Even now, when there is no evil, you must fight. Have you been outside of your city walls? There is definitely evil out there. No. Yeah, that one. I absolutely believe that one. I don't know a lot about the big dogs. I never went into them in mythology. Unfortunately. Gotta take his sword back off. Because they don't take damage from lightning. Or fire. Or earth. Lightning or earth. Apparently does not damage them. Yeah, that's fine. And then Pekko only knows Monopolize right now, so shouldn't be any issues there. He'll get 12. Ah, that might be good. No, I think Gar might have been faster than them. This is gonna be a close call. So which one moved? Oh, they both defended. Interesting. This is just the safest way to get the most experience. Oh yeah, Pekko's gonna die. I thought the Frost was gonna kill him. I truly did think the Frost was gonna kill the first Vulcan. Oh, I know. Right, Nina's... I forgot. Nina's currently mastered under Yggdrasil, so I think she still has a weakness to fire as well. Well, Pekko's not going to be in danger much longer. 4 levels. Yes. Wait, was that 4 or was that 5? I think that might have been 5 levels. Okay. Let's try to fight more of those. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. He's supposed to have the highest natural HP pool, so sure, taking more damage from elemental attacks is it's entirely reasonable. Oh. That didn't kill them last time. Yeah, I think maybe not the highest natural defense, but pretty close. I think Gar might have the highest base defense. I could just use an ice. I could just buy more icicles. Let's do this way. Besides, if Pekko dies before all the rest of them do, then it was gonna happen anyway. Ah, none of them died. Yep, gonna happen anyway. I will definitely have to pick up more ammonias. Yeah. I don't think I ever got monopolized to go off, so. Chill might not be the best move. I mean, I'm not moving the Ring of Fire over to Pekko just to level him up a couple more times. He was level 11 at the start of this. How many do I need to go? 12. So 23. He has to hit level 20. Wow, everyone's getting to like level 23 or so. I know somewhere in here is the 4 Vulcan fight. I'm trying to find it. No, I'm just gonna run from you this time around. That's true. I'll take this. We'll see who all dies. Fantastic. Hmm. 34 damage. I already used my Monopolize. I just poorly judge how much damage my spells are doing, don't I? Oh no, I'm gonna straight up kill you right now during this extra turn. Yep. That's why I gotta be careful, because I don't want to lose out on all the extra experience. That said, this will probably be pretty close to how far Peko has to go. Ooh, there's some levels. Let's see, all Hundra does is strength -2, MP, and int +1. Okay, so quite a bit of defense gained. We need more than one. Ah, okay. So what food did you get, Hina? This is probably the right direction. Hopefully they can spawn down. Mmm. Not gonna lie, definitely sounds better than what I had, but what I had was at like, oh, wow. But spicy things are, I mean, they're not so good, but I can understand why people don't like them so much. Nope. Alright, I thought that was going to be a large enough spot for spawning, but it might be. I'm not worried about it. I'll just fight lizardmen. Hopefully this kills them. Wow, that's the normal. I should have picked up that lightning rod. I'm gonna go buy that lightning rod. At least Becco's surviving hits now. Should be in here. That I can get some reasonable monster spawnings. Okay. That goes fast enough for an extra action. There we go. That's the correct action. I did have Pekka use Monopolize at the start of the fight, right? I'm not just spinning my wheels for fun here. This should get Pekka to a nice, healthy level. Okay, looks like I did. 2 levels. 1 level short. Well, gotta... How much? Yeah, okay. That might be 1 Vulcan by itself. I should actually look at the number. What? 1227? No. I'm looking at this the opposite way. 1272. That's it. Okay. And a single Vulcan by itself was like 1250? If I get 1 Vulcan, I'll be close. So close, Nina. No, it was 1273, not 1272. Oh, there's that single Vulcan. Also, I learned Purify. About 3 to kill it. Oh, 2520. That's how much it gives? Well, that's... Hey, another magma armor. All right. The game giveth, and the game really giveth. All right, so 4 skills supposed to be getting here. Usually it's like Purify, Kyrie, and Benediction. So let's see what we get. Reningen. I bet that's gonna be still just Purify, but I don't know. Yeah, it's just Purify. It's not even cheaper, because Purify costs 1 as well. And there's Kyrie. Benediction, so that's all of them that normally he teaches. However, oh, I will absolutely take Vitalize. That I can give to a different character, like Nina. Medium wounds on all targets. Great. Wait, that cost 15, right? Yeah. No, I could definitely give that to her. God, what would I remove at that point? I don't know. But let's camp for a bit. So now I can double check the master list and see that we have successfully starred Pandora. So it's only the masters that have one of their skills that you can, like maybe just the last one or a skill that you only get through them removed, that it doesn't star them. But that's fine. Okay. It's doing good. I still have 2 skill inks. Oh, the buckler. And I was gonna buy the lightning staff because it's good to have lightning on a stick. A repeatable lightning spell is kind of what I was trying to get at there. As it stands, I no longer need to buy Molotovs. There we go. We do get Nina back pretty fast. I don't have to have Charm on Gar for that whole first portion. I think Chill is just not as good as I want it to be. especially since we just finished the whole fireplace. So no, let's remove that. Lightning. It is single target. Nah. We'll pick up Mjolnir from Theus later. Just manual sort both those up. Now for that second skill ink that I bought earlier. Yep. All right. Gar, you still get to have Kyrie. Just destroy undead. Anything else? Sure. Cure poison. Anything else? No. Nina gets vitalized, and I think nothing else. I don't think anything else was important enough to give Nina. Momo will get Remedy, because I don't think she has it innately. Benediction. I might hold off on giving anybody that for now. Yeah. All right. Change party members, put Momo back in the party. And I think I'm going to try to fight the dog again. This will probably be the last time I try to fight the dog before adult stage. Meantime, get a quick save. Ah, there's the bag. Huh. Because of the buckler, Momo is faster. Apparently the trickers are faster still. Lightning 1. Okay. Come on. Come on, game. Really? You're gonna do that to me? It's a weapon called the Thieves' Knife. Why would you not let Ryu equip it? Why would you give me a weapon that nobody could equip? Huh? I'm not supposed to know that I can get Ray back at this time. Good news is, with the Thunder Rod, these lizardmen should definitely die. Come on! Now you're just making a fool of me. I'll go make a fool of myself if I have to. I'll go fight enemies that I shouldn't be fighting yet. Like... whatever the Rippers are when they become old. You know, this place. The Tidal Caves. Alright, so normally, the little cactus guy just uses steroids. However, yep, looks like it's still using steroids. Good job, Ryu. So, it looks like the turn 1 steroids is still a flag in place, along with heightened reprisal. Let's see if there's anything else, or if it just uses defend the whole time. Okay, there's steroids 2. Electric Boogaloo, that's fun. It also might have dodge as a mechanic. Maybe not. I mean, these fights are pretty straightforward, and I'm not finding stuff to learn, unfortunately. Because the bird is not here. Usually you learn Mind Flay from it. I think it's just going to keep doing the steroids. So I'm not going to try to observe these barb bulbs anymore. But I gotta say, this is pretty free experience. Unfortunately, the more levels I get here, the less I have under a different master. You gonna tell me I can't go there? Yep, no way to get in. Give me the bird fight. Oh man, if the barb bowl does something on low health, then I'm never gonna see it. I keep hitting it for 600. Ugh. Alright, let's try to get the stupid bird whose name still eludes me. Okay. Let's see how much damage I can do to it. Right. Why would I think that would show me how much HP it had? Okay. Reasonable. Well, that's a lot less damage than I thought it was going to be. What constitutes low health? Apparently not that low. Oh, it's, no, this is just the script that it just auto attacks. Ah, that's unfortunate. I mean, it at least does something if you manage to not kill it within one hit. And if it had been using steroids the whole time, I would have been terrified, because that's why I used Sanctuary. Alright, it's still basically free experience then. Because if there's not, like, a weird flag that I have to find, like, it needs to be in a fight with something else. And I don't know if I can find that one. There it is. Slasher, that's its name. You give me your fat frog. Bye, Momo. Okay, change of plans. Kill the Sleepy before it does something stupid. Yep. Okay. Come on. Yeah, I guess that means Momo's gonna have to heal herself when she gets back up. Real Dragon Sand, welcome and thank you for the raid. There should be an animation that plays with the raid. I could have sworn I added one in. Hello! How's everyone doing? Oh, it's a time zone. Ooh. So, what did you just get done playing? Because that's the kind of thing you ask. Ah. And as for how I'm doing, this is, I mean, not bad, but Wildermyth. Wait, which one's Wildermyth? Is that the one where, I might be thinking of an entirely different game. Well, how was it anyway? Thank you, Devouring Eye. I've never, I mean, okay. I was in choir growing up, so I know people have enjoyed my voice. I just don't ever hear it because, you know, the whole your head sounds different than what you think it sounds like. As as I talked with Hina a couple of days ago about that one. And then yeah, I did look up, thank you for the follow, Real Dragon Sand. Yeah, I looked it up, and I have to agree. There is definitely some mannerisms that I guess I picked up from both that show and Angry Beavers. Thank God there's only one of them. Okay, I actually have a fighting chance. Woo! I mean, I say that, and then I immediately start wasting turns trying to steal. Alright. Kesser, enjoy your sleep. Vitamins. Okay, cool. I don't have to worry about stealing from them anymore. And thank you for following. Ooh. I think, actually, this should be, now that there's only one of them, this is going to be a breeze. Because I get to become a dragon again. That one. I just have to hope it doesn't use temptation. Howling is not temptation. Now, how much damage will I deal with my one singular attack? Okay, 850. Not bad. Try to make that slower. Try to make Nina faster. Become reverse well. The cheapest one that I can be. Ah, it missed. It probably missed last time too, and I didn't notice. Okay, this takes, what, 2 AP a turn? Which is definitely up from the 1. No, I think it took 2 previously as well. Earthquake. Let's really rock this thing's world. Mm. 100 damage. Not a lot. Definitely way more than when Momo used it, so... Alright, how about Magic Ball? I get the feeling magic doesn't hurt it much. Or maybe I just haven't found the correct magic. Either way, more Magic Ball. Ryu might actually get confused from this one. Yeah. Oh. That could have gone so much more poorly. Well. Oh. Yeah, it is 2 AP a turn. Maybe I can get an attack off this time. But this guy's not... By himself, this doesn't seem like that bad of an enemy. Sure, things like that'll happen. But... Alright. 2,700 experience. And it drops vitamins as well as you can steal them from him. Many vitamin. But we killed it. We managed to defeat one. It's probably not lucrative in the long run to try to farm on them, though. Okay, we've learned all the skills that I care to learn from all of the masters. I think it's time to move forward with the story. And then I'll have to immediately switch back to Momo for a second. There's like, what? 5 spots that you need Momo's cannon to do something. Like, otherwise you just lose out on an item. Let's see, there's this, which is the diamond ring. And no, there's 2 things down there. Just one of them's a diamond ring. I can't remember what the other one is. There's the spanner. There's the coupons. That's one of the big ones. And then maybe a couple shortcuts. Like in the lighthouse, where the game's like, you should probably have Momo here. Honestly, I think I got them all. There's not a lot of them, unfortunately. Oh, I've had a whole month to look this up, but like, yeah, you two are an Urkin, small little alien guy with bug-like features. But I can't remember if that's the actual race from Invader Zim. I think it is, but trepidation does not comedy make. Wait, no. Don't forget. Apparently I dropped frames at some point in time today. Don't know when. All right, I have to jump over on the other side. And then in here, you have the Irken private naked lady viewing chamber. Yep, that's what it is. You'd think more people would be questioning, like, huh, what's in this odd little alcove out here that no one thinks about? Oh, yeah, there's a fight happening. Really hope it doesn't use death first turn. Yeah, that's fine. diamond ring, and the other thing, which I always forget, moon tears. Sure. Oh, okay. So long as I don't have to worry about dying just because they decided to be like, well, you happen to be in existence. Maybe I should just kill you right now. Say Cerberus usually uses howling, so this is where some things get real. Oh, there's temptation. I mean, it's the normal version of the other guy, but nope, wrong person. All right, cool. Now I'm gonna go switch out for Nina. All right. I'm in level with you. I'm gonna have to take a short break and then pop right back. So, unfortunately, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna, do a quick save state, just in case we lose the file while it's gone. I'm gonna pop over to this menu for the overworld music, and I'm gonna hit the be right back screen. 10-15 minutes maybe. Sorry about this, but sometimes it just happens. So I will be right back. We're gonna continue on. I'm not giving up yet. So yeah, be right back. Okay, I am back. Again, sorry about that. Sometimes, just has to happen. Alright. Do I need the Ring of Fire still? Probably not. Right. Let's go pick up some more rings. All right. Got 91 just with lightning 1 from an item. Super good. I think I have to do the block puzzle first, and then it's like a mithril helmet. Okay, cool. I think I steal a belladonna from it. Oh, good. We have a heat warning in the area now. Lovely. There it is. Ooh, Ice Blast. I have no clue who it hit. Apparently Ryu. Now, I don't know. Some bears might seem pretty fun. Heat is always a bad time. Yeah, I know. Jump, okay. So it knows Ice Blast and Jump. Let's see what else it could use. Shoot me in the face. That's a pretty standard skill. I'm gonna try blinding it, see what happens. Well, it didn't get blinded, but it's still alive, so that's an up. And it clearly doesn't care about who's in front. Spirit Blast, not bad. I don't know, maybe 2 more turns. And there's Trump. Used Flare of some sort on Ryu. That must mean I ran out of AP. Alright, that's it. Now, I picked up a new Magma Armor, which doesn't help Gar. Oh, healing. Yeah, I definitely should have tried that. Oh, ooh. I thought for a moment the mouse cursor was on the game screen again. Ryu should be able to heal it without it dying. Okay, nothing hidden back here that I'm gonna lose out on if I fill it in. Lightning straight kill. No, it doesn't. All right, now I know. How much do I suffer for that? 24 and 27. Ugh. Okay, no, that's fine. Nope, can't give AP to anybody. Ooh. Okay. Nice. Pretty sure Gar is faster than it. Gar is not faster than it. Ah, it uses the fusion moves. So does that mean I should anticipate something along the lines of combustion happening shortly? I think this is the weaker of the two threats. Gaia's should be stronger. It doesn't help that I've been lowering its HP slowly. I know I can't learn these actual attacks. Okay, Geo Breath again. Alright. Well, it's definitely not something I can learn, but it is neat. I'll give it that. I can see that, but why would you heal them and then leave them around? Like, the reason I don't like fighting them is because they could just randomly cast death on you. And that's the natural order that they act. Fire. Earth or lightning. Like I don't remember if Earth actually kills the Cerberus or not. Looks like it kills everything. okay. No, that makes sense. But I mean, if I'm gonna go that far, I'll just do this. Come on, Gar. Hit him with the rainbow. I don't think there's anything else like lying around in here. Okay. I remember this being stupid because it's stupid. You have to like go through this way and then pretty sure this is the right path to go. Like 80% certain. Oh, you finally learned Gambit. When would that happen? Oh, the tricker didn't die. Kind of getting low accuracy there. Yeah, that's fine. I can go right there, and then I walk around and hit it from the other side. Or... No, I think full other side is probably still the best bet. Yes. Did I forget anything in this room? I mean, I've completed the puzzle, so I don't need to worry about that, but, like... No, there's no way to get over there. This... No, I think that's everything. Is 11 defense worth it? Probably, but oh well. Probably should have picked up his better weapon too. Like any of them. Oh well. Come on, push these stairs to destroy them. Ah, fine, whatever. So let's see, it was Gasthead 234. All of their names started with a G, I think. Cats. That's a weird one. Of course, the fact that all the names started with G does give a little more credence to Gishan being an ex-Guardian. Now, I'm not sure how this fight is going to go. Because again, this is one of those instances where sometimes a fight is coded a very specific way, and changing that might cause problems. I should have done a save before starting this fight. Because I think I have to win, otherwise, you know, game over. Even though I've never actually lost this fight. Because I've always played to, you know, fight to win. Gar, I've got some bad news for you, buddy. I am not the last of the brood. Maybe I can put you to sleep. I was really hoping he would, like, innately have dragon slaying, which would cause him to deal more damage if I was a dragon. But again, this is a weird fight to try to do that with. I didn't teach you Wall of Fire. Gar, what kind of nonsense are you trying to pull here? Oh wait, no, he's probably just had, you know, skills hidden back so whereas not to reveal all of his hand or something like that. You can get a talisman from this fight? Didn't know that. It does help because, you know, protection from death attacks. And the next boss is going to be Zombie Dragon. Is it Zombie Dragon or Zombie D or Z Dragon? I think it's Zombie D. All right, so what is the color of Kaiser? Ah, okay. So definitely the more colorful one. The one you get from using Radiance. As opposed to the kind of monotone, like, it's a golden, it's a drab gold. That kind of color that you get from the Failure Kaiser. Oh, it's D-Zombie? Okay. So, new difficult question. Because clearly, we've had a time skip. That's the problem. I've yet to figure out exactly how many years. At least 8. I think it's roughly 8 years. So, I don't know how much time Gar spends with people, just in general. But how did he know what size of clothing to buy Ryu and to bring him? And the second question, I mean, clearly he would have just thought, there's a dragon? It's obviously Ryu. I need to have some extra clothes for him in case his clothes don't fit. Since it's been years since he vanished from Angel Tower. So, how did he know what size of clothes to get? Oh, damn it, I didn't press yes. Well, I pressed yes last time. So at least we get different dialogue. Shouldn't stay here very long. Place gives me the creeps. Like, all right, I can figure. Sure, maybe the shirt's a little big. Second shirt's a jacket. Maybe. But I don't know. Does that also mean that the Guardians would have gone around killing them in human form as well? I mean, presumably they would. That would have been an option. Oh man, that would be a terrible weekend. It's like, yep, going to your buddy's Ted's house. Oh, what's this? Some big old gargoyle-looking guy coming up, and he's got Teddy cut in half. I guess Teddy was a dragon. That's kind of why I'm figuring that the time skip is enough to where Ryu is an actual adult at this point and not like 16, which isn't quite an adult, but still is. Oh boy. I mean, they've already shown in a cutscene actively killing whelps, so... Oh god, a drunk guardian. I don't think he can get drunk. That's why he spent all that time in Fall's pub, just because, I don't know, only place to sleep. Maybe he's a sleepy drunk. Or, no, he can sleep otherwise. So we didn't see him actually drink anything. Yeah, I could absolutely see that. Gats and Guffaw, whatever the other one's name is, we have no information about any of those. How they act, what they look like. Just that they're clearly inferior at dragon slaying. Okay, basement 1 goes to the outside. Basement 2 is the one I need. Because basement 1 is where you can access a shop after walking outside. What Gar statue? Hi, Silent Knight. I must not remember this Gar statue. Oh. I don't wander around in that city too much because there's no point. I might have to do that again just to see if there's actually any other Guardian statues there. Otherwise, it would make sense that they would put them inside of the city. How dare you? Also, apparently I have to go back to slightly different setup. I mean, he has done a lot for the city. I'll have to check that the next time we go back to Urkentapa. Well, of course they don't acknowledge Geist. That's obvious. Well, no, the Elder does. But, oh, no. Well, fortunately, the fire slugs probably use fire breath and not magma breath or dragon breath. Oh, magma breath still heals me. Cool. I can just auto attack then. I don't have to worry about accidentally dying from fire slugs. And I already know Douse, so I don't have to, you know, spend time trying to learn that. Magma armor is great. 2 sets of it, super good. Sometimes the game can really help out. Okay, you, then you, then you, and that should be it. All right, cool. Ever get a hair in your mouth and you have no clue why that hair is there? This is not that instance. I know exactly why that hair is there, but it's still no less weird. Well, I mean, not weird. I just have a lot of hair. All right. What is Ryu's agility right now? All right, so 1, 2. Ryu has a base agility of 9. I might switch back to that if I really think, but the fire sword is just too good during this fight, especially if I'm gonna get confused. Ooh, the zombie doctor. I think you steal multivitamins from him. So, realistically, yes. However, right now he's got 2 Titan belts on him, which, honestly, I could probably put one on Ryu, but I usually keep Ryu as slow as, not usually. This go around, apparently I'm keeping Ryu very slow, so he's just the stupid, big muscle guy that just goes last. Could just use Kyrie and kill them all. Actually, let me think about this for a second. What is one Titan belt going to change? Oh, right. Even not having the Titan belt equipped, Ryu is... Or not having the Midas Stone, Ryu has an agility of 0 because of everything else. So, this go-around, Ryu is slow as tar, but he'll hit. Ooh, Frost Strike. Okay. It takes 0 damage from healing spells. So when it uses Vitalize, it doesn't kill itself, probably. No, I was gonna say thank you, just wake Gar up. Bone Dart. Oh. Okay. Come on. Fine. I wanted to see what I could do, but maybe knowing how much health these things have is better than not. That was wildly expensive and I shouldn't have done that. Like, why did I do that? That was way too much. Especially since there's a bed that I can sleep on right over here. Okay, gotta flip this switch. I think Momo and Pekka must have the 2 life sandals that I bought. Well, can't do anything about that. Come on, Ryu, get a critical hit. I want to see 4 digits just from you. No, I am going to use the bed. Alright, so the question is, did resting or leaving the room reset all of the levers? Alright, starting with Ovum again. Sure. Okay, it does not kill itself anymore. But is it just going to continue to use Vigor? Because it doesn't actually heal itself either. So now I can just sit here until I successfully steal from it. Well, it looks like the rails didn't reset themselves. And I already got the flare sword, or sorry, feather sword, which this is the only way you can get a feather sword naturally. Look, Dragon Zombie, even if you confuse me, I physically can't kill Gar. Ooh, regen. Well, I wasn't gonna try it yet. Like, I was gonna wait a little bit until I steal from it, see if it knows anything that's might is fun. Power food. Cool. Yep, Oli definitely won't work. And now it's mad. I didn't save, did I? Well, at least not after the cart. No, I want to see what happens. Bone dance? Ah. I forget if Bone Dance actually deals damage. I guess it does. Like, those are its normal abilities, though. This is just a pain because... God, cure happened at the right time. Here, Gar, cure yourself. Eh. Nice. Now we just stall him out. Although I will notice that angering him caused him to regenerate no more. So... Oh, death! I don't die in a dragon, right? I just become no longer a dragon. Yes. No, going back into dragon is probably the better bet. There's a chance this will miss, and I won't get confused. Apparently not a high enough one. But, like... Oh, there's death again. I should have put that soul gem on. So, no. Oddly enough, the D-Zombie is no longer undead, so curing it with any sort of healing magic will also not deal damage. Well, no, it's still undead. I think just the weakness to Holy got shifted to absorbing Holy. So I'm fairly certain if I tried to use Kyrie, it would fully heal this guy. And this is probably the best timing I have on this thing. If this misses, then I fully transform. If it kills me, then I'm at full health. So I just put a soul gem on. I mean, Shadow Breath. That's death. That's death at a possibility. Damn it. If I do that, that's not gonna work. I think I may have lost my chance on this one. Which is really annoying. Because I've been using the +2 to defense against status changes. I guess I should have been using the +2. Okay. All right. I'll accept that death. But yeah, no, a lot of willpower proc. All right. So I saved before the cart puzzle. I don't think I saved after. Because I have definitely lost out on things like where you save the game or you play through and then you don't save it for a very long time. And since this is That was literally the first save point available after becoming an adult. I didn't want to have to go through all of Angel Tower again. If I just have to do the cart puzzle, so be it. That's good. Alright, I just gotta flip this one twice and we're good. Ah, yes. Many Dr. Livingstons. Well, I mean, they would be if they were alive. I just remember that I won't be able to hit them with any healing spell, so... not wasting it. Alright. Four of them for 3,000. They give, what, 500 zenny each? Not bad. Now, unfortunately, because of this fight, this boss fight, I'll gladly, lower Gar's attack just to have a slightly higher chance of resisting death, along with resisting confusion. We don't need to fight that fight. I'll have to see the entirety of the first phase's tactic, because I did use Cure spell on him pretty early on. It looks like he used Might. So I don't know what'll happen after that. Did I flip the switch? I did not. There we go. get another fight. These zombies aren't confused. They start the fight not confused. Peculiar. I do remember reading that some enemies have different mannerisms depending on where you fight them. So... yeah, let's save again. Why not? What's the worst that'll happen? In fact, whoop, hit a quick save. I want to see what this says. Maybe Gar would be able to push it. Yep, nothing like a big old crate of backwards TNT. All right, so here we go again. I want to see how long that health regen lasts. I don't know if I can muscle my way through it, though. Mostly because I don't have the AP to do it. And he regens as much as, yeah. I think he regens as much as Archmage does, naturally. So, The problem is, even if I can do it one time... Oh, Archmage is 15. Does he only have like 2,500 HP then? Because I thought he had like 4,000, and it was like slightly over half. I don't know. I never enjoyed the Archmage fight because, like, it always killed me every time. Because I run point, you know, the power formation, and it's like, cool. The guy in front gets blasted with a mind sword for 600 damage and dies. I steal power food from him, right? I seem to recall that was the case. You know what? We're gonna magic belt. Alright, speed. Well, I do regret not having Sanctuary on Gar, but I think having it on Nina was probably the better bet. Good job. You're faster than people who have 0 agility. Keep using speed all you want. You don't get extra turns. Alright. Oh god, if enemies got extra turns, there would be so many more problems. Especially like with that fight with 5 tricksters. Choices, I'm a jump. Alright, now I'm undead. Okay, cool. So 700 damage from jump. How much does pyrokinesis deal? This will be the last time I'm actually going to do this. I probably will have Gar use Kyrie just to see what happens. I only dealt 1,600. Wrong person. Idiot. The only curative spell I have is Cure. I don't remember if that actually deals damage to undead. But this is the only way I have. I'm gonna shift its pattern. Only because, like I said, making it angered removes its regen. And I learned that, like, real early on in that last fight. It only has 1 might cast on it. I think Ryu might be undead currently. Oh, okay. So it's also one of the ones that just does a whole bunch of buffs for some reason. Like, clearly it's shown that it could kill me without having to buff itself. Yeah. Thank God that missed. I mean, Gar is still gonna hit for a lot. Oh, can it? Ooh. Oh, you're making me want to not kill it so fast. But I also know that if I don't kill it so fast, I'll die. No, don't use Walt Breath. I might be in a bad spot here. Should have used the multivitamin. But 100 is better than not. Yeah, that's definitely a downfall. Most dragons can't resist death. But the one I have that can costs way too much. Alright, I'll just start jumping on him again. Hey, B-Zombie. I'ma jump your bones. Get him. That was so effective, I'm gonna do it again. That was also really effective. I don't know if I'll be able to survive using an ammonia. Especially since that's, again, just death. Guess who's getting the soul gem? Yeah, bad spot again. The worst part is, Ryu has all of the death prevention gear. No, he's still having the soul gem. That's fine. Oh right, no, I keep using pyrokinesis, which costs AP. Oh, sorry, Gar. Good thing you had the soul gem. I'm buying those shirts if they're available. Like, I will sell all of my life and magic shards just to buy the manly shirts if I can. Yay, the Shadow Gene. So she's just literally saying the true dragon is the power of friendship. I mean, granted, that's kind of what every game up to this point has always had. But it's just always the power of friendship. You and the friends you make along the way. I should be able to get out without a fight. Or without dying, I should say. There will definitely be fight. But I'm not gonna go looking for items, because I have to come back anyway. I never fought a ghoul! Yeah. This is the room that has the item. Yes! 1,600 damage. Ah, protein. Okay, there's another thing back here, too. Willpower. You know, because I don't have enough willpower as it is. All right. Well, we're getting closer to what I anticipated would be the end of it, which is the fight with Minkpa. That's the plan. I'm gonna make sure to fight him before the stream ends today. Or, you know, at least the fight with the man-eating tiger. 3? Yeah. Now, I know the little speech blurb happens. It might be after walking. The question is how much. I think it might just have to be after that guy leaves the screen. Wrong one. Now, if I were to not enter Sin City in any way, shape, or form, then Ray would have no reason to attack me on the road. Because he said he's only attacking people that come from Sin City. However, that's not going to be what happens because, like, of course he's going to attack me either way. It's been some time. Hello? All right. So I don't know if there's now a faint hum because I'm actively charging the sound card, and I have to check something else really quick. All right. Thank you for that. Yeah, 1 second. Be right back. All right, so I'd been smelling a faint burning and like eggy smell for the last while, and it turns out they're repaving the road out in front of the house. So that would explain it. All right, now that I've stolen your weapon, do you have anything else? You're just a leveled up version of the guy inside the manor. That's it. All right. Fair amount of defense, though. Right. I literally don't have good heal right now. Huh. Got a protein. Oh yeah, 2 Zenny. Yeah, normally I make sure to charge that thing overnight. I guess I just forgot to. It looks like it's charging up pretty fast though, so. $140. I guess I just hadn't been paying attention to how much they were getting healed. All right, give me 1 second. I'm going to check if there's an own separate hum that's not. Come on. Huh. Yeah, I guess not. I thought that was more noticeable. Maybe it's just because it was the only sound that I could hear when I was testing it. When I tested it. I forgot to get Gar a better weapon. And I should have done this in Junktown or in Urkantapa, but a Rude Spear is the best thing I can give him right now. I did just pick up a protein from that one battlefield. I really wish I'd have written down what you said last time, Rashama, about where the enemies are, but I'm pretty sure there's not an enemy in this area. I really hope there's not, and I'm not going to be surprised by it. I think for the most part, they're like radio tower forward at this point. So there's not going to be a super hard monster inside of the plant. I mean, aside from the enemies inside of the plant. Yeah, that's doing some good damage there, Gar. Right. There it is. Antidote. I don't think I've used an antidote for 15 hours. Oh, it's just Cyclone, right. That's Flare, that's Cyclone, that's Jolt. No, I'm not fighting this fight. Oh. Well. I know, they sent the whole platoon after me. Oh, air raid! Father! Well, maybe this will take out the other two that have already been hit. Or I might die. That one wasn't even injured at the start of the turn. could use Blitz. I don't know how much damage each one will do, though. I'd rather... Sure, all of you use Magic Belt. All of you heal, why not? So long as you don't hit me, I'm fine. Dang it. Now I can't tell if I'm still gonna attack. Dang it. Like, just no air raid. It's too effective. Oh, the guy that used Magic Belt is using Magic Belt again. That took way longer than it should have. And now I need to heal. Because I'm out of AP. And out of HP. And I should probably check on those fairies. Hendrickson, thanks for the follow. That's pronounced right. Right? It's like a soft G that leads directly into the H, so it's kind of like a silent G. Awesome. I'm glad that that worked out then. Okay, so we had 2 fairies hunting. Ah, I see. Well, fortunately, it's not just me playing this. Keep it on the down low. But, there's a few other people in here, in the chat and around that have been really good for this, too. Hinamori had been playing through. She finished and is on to Breath of Fire 4 now. Yes, this is definitely a nice big game to. It's got the right feels to it. And then a different player, Tresden Ansible, I believe is how you pronounce the last name. Has been playing through this particular mod as well. And this mod is the Path of a Goddess mod for Breath of Fire 3, as modified by Rishama last name, Izukui. Izoki. That's it. Izoki. So, yep, there's Rishama. But yes, I will absolutely. I've seen many people come in just all for the playing of this game. I'm surprised people don't play it more. It is a great game. Honestly, I know all of the early Breath of Fires were great games. I know the second one is... Ah, yeah. So... There's definitely people that are around that have like it's partly oh wow, we got the what 6 this time around. Second verse same as the first. But yeah, I like the game. I've spent so much time playing this. I have destroyed 1 controller and 1 console for the system itself just playing this. What's that then? When did Toxic come out? You know, frankly, my scale of time is... Oh, no. Come on. Don't make me lose my turn. Ah, dang. Yeah, this was 97, so... I mean, when it came out, I was 9 years old. But also, I wasn't super into... Okay. I can at least not lose out on this one. Yeah, so you're only a couple, like 4 years older than I am. I might not have needed to become a dragon. I know, and I came into this field thinking, oh, I might encounter a Goo Titan and finally get to, you know, get protectors from it, but no. We just get all the flying men. Every single one of them has a leap attack. Ah, I see. The video game or the card game? Or, I guess, technically the cartoon as well is another option. Yeah, where are the Goos? I might have to, you know, only encounter them on Ogre Road or something. Or the mountain. Probably just the mountain. Alright. How bad is this fight gonna be? Oh, good, yeah. Yeah, it is. It is good for memory. There is a lot of not as useful things when you look at it in the long run, but yeah, it's definitely a good thing. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, a lot of my memory is taken up by what magic cards do what, so I can know them just by the picture. Because a lot of times people are like, yeah, I'll play this card, and then not explain it. Oh. Okay. Oh, there's the Goo Titans. Alright, if the Vagabonds here do that weird thing, then... Okay. Right, yeah. Goo Titans could still use timed blow. Oh yeah, blind generally doesn't do anything to Goo Titans. But yeah, I can absolutely blind them. But yeah, honestly, a lot of the neural connections are good to form early, that way they can be utilized later either way. Ooh, multi-strike. Oh, that one didn't get it. I am really glad none of these are using timed blow. Alright, no, I'm just gonna end this fight. Gar might die. Ryu might die. The odds of both of them dying. Nice. Oh, that's good. Oh god, there's the time blow. Oh man. Ooh. Oh boy. That means that's an always thought now. Alright. So, now having found out that there is a possibility that certain enemies will do actions that could soft lock the game, I'll do a quick save right here, and then keep going as normal. There we go. I mean, you only lose, 4 hours of gameplay 2 times to have yourself a little bit of protection in mind. Yes, this is a PC, this is an emulator. I'm not going to lie about that. I do have the game both on a PS1 disc and a PSP disc, which is why I made the comment of I destroyed a controller and a system to this game, because a lot of times you press X and my X button on that PSP wore out. It just stopped working. Which is unfortunate because this was recently and it's really hard to get replacement parts for a PSP 2000. These are. This is so much less than those earlier battlegrounds. Which Zelda? Because that does change a little questions. Okay. I think I've beaten that one. I did not beat, oh, right. Okay, so I did beat it, just not on the Nintendo 64. It was when it was re-released on the GameCube. I borrowed it and then played it on the Wii. Yeah. Because the Wii could play GameCube discs, which was great. That was the Master Quest one. And then I did never play Majora's Mask. I don't think I could possibly do that without some sort of guide. Which, I mean, I'm not opposed to using a guide, but you didn't get blinded. But you are at low HP, so you might use time blow. There we go. Oh, God. Gar died. So unfortunately, if an enemy uses a skill on you and you die, you don't learn it. Even if you had the exclamation point above your head. Well, that's a normal part of this anyway. Worst part is boss fight. and Gar's at lower than normal HP. Oh, thank you. Wait, is that a different voice than my normal voice? I mean, I know I have a little bit of reverb on, but it should be regular. Oh, call me. Okay, that's a little less to worry about. Sometimes I forget that, like, because earlier my sound card died. Oh, yeah, I guess that's fair. So, well, the good news is, there's plenty of VOD available if you so wish to peruse it, both here and on the YouTube channel that I have linked down below in the About section. Basically, I upload all of the previous week's VODs about 2 weeks later. Kind of a Friday later. But I know you only have a certain amount of time, what with children, one of which being, you said what, 5, right? Yeah, 5. So I'm not gonna say, God, I don't even know how, but you know, maybe your children would want to watch it at some point. I've been thinking about doing a Pokemon stream eventually, like one of the games or several of the games. But I haven't really stuck that landing yet. Let's see. Can I throw oil on the tiger? Yes and no. So, unfortunately, I can't do Baby Shark as nowadays people think of Baby Shark, which is the one with the really high-pitched one. However, I remember years back during summer camp, we would have Baby Shark be a skit. And this is like 20 years ago. Which, again, got a little slightly more violent than whatever they have as the current Baby Shark. But also a lot less melodic. It was really more chanty. So it was like, Baby Shark do 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 do, Baby Shark do 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 do, Baby Shark do 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 do, Baby Shark. And then each of the steps forward, I mean, you do, you know, hand things with it. So Baby Shark, you'd have the palms of your hands together, and then you'd be clapping along. Hey, if someone wants to remix that, they absolutely can. I unfortunately don't know how. All right, I'm not equipped with the strongest weapon. more magic belt. I don't want to have to become a dragon on this fight. This should just be a straightforward, like, blow for blow kind of a thing. But I'll do it. All right, if Guard dies, I'll become a dragon. Good job, Gar. Really pulling your weight. I don't have manly clothes. All right, Hendrickson. I might actually die. Well, if he hits Gar, I become a dragon. If he hits Ryu, Gar heals himself. If he, I don't know, uses lightning, dragon time. I can sustain this form for 4 turns. Eat a planet. That wasn't a lot. But it was enough. Alright, see how good or bad this fairy is. Either way, somebody needs to go hunt for food. Oh god, all of these fairies are so good. And I know if I have more fairies hunting, I get more food, and then more fairies are born. And that's probably what I should be doing, as opposed to raising the culture level. I just like to raise the culture level. Okay, so I did not learn timed blow. I died. Oh god, I saw a lot of the fairies' names, but I mean I can double check what it was. I know there was there's Fow, what was it, Milk? I actually don't remember. One of those fairies was super strong, and I made sure to to try to remember what it was, and I don't. Sadly. Alright, so we've got Quinn, Fao, Moon, and Rasha. Rasha is the one that is super strong. And yeah, I see that. Very interesting how a fairy named Rasha would be the max statted fairy. Yeah, no, I got that one. Okay, we are... Oh yeah, I never remember to check what's fishing here. Full of big fish. Trout. Nah. I've done the fishing already. Probably won't do a lot of it this go around. Otherwise, I would have already done a lot of it this... Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay. So, I have... first off, make sure I'm sealing for the right one. I have to remember something very important. How strong is a blue goblin's attack? Low. Fantastic. So as long as the boss goblin is there, telling the blue goblins to attack, Oh, right. Forgot. Lightning swords equipped. Oh. Got real scared there for a moment. Because there is a oh no. Okay, cool. So what I was gonna say is there is a flag initially on the blue goblins where when they hit half health, their int jumps by a factor of 100. So it's 100 times what their int was. And then if they go back above half health and then drop down below half health again, it does it again. So all you have to do is that cycle twice and they have max int. And since they have Jolt as one of their attacks, kind of terrifying. Hey, which one of these was it? That one. Cool. No? I thought they did. Oh, it's a 10. Is it 10? Oh, yeah, it is 10. Yep. I kind of forget when I'm looking at these things that it's like a weird modifier set up initially. So you have to do it 3 times. 3 or 4. Yeah. Still terrifyingly easy to do. Alright, it's probably not going to do anything. Unless I have to... Oh, it has critical. Alright. Well, it's going to have dead. And we have the better heal, or raise dead spell. Let's see how much this one costs. 15. Yeah, reasonable. I should go down the hole first. Gar is still under, what's his face? Yato. Wonder how much stats I've lost just because I haven't removed him from being under him. But I've gained quite a bit of health, so I'll take the loss. So close. Right. Gar, what you doing learning Kyrie? I gave you that spell. You made this. I made this. It's okay. He just really likes talking to God. Gar's not going to be in my party for that fight, is he? Probably not. Well, more culture, but no new fairies. Oh God, how do I do that? Ooh. I mean, I think I fully, oh God, Nightbot. So let's see. Manage moderator settings. I can turn off that for a second. Maybe that'll do it. How the devil do I get back to the chat? All right, I'll just close out of that and then. Nope, that's not helping. Wait. Maybe. Aha! Possibly. Not what I'm looking for. No, it just shows up as 3 asterisks, just like it came up on the screen, unfortunately. Oh, come on, let's see if I can find it. Oh, that worked. Oh yeah, that absolutely worked. I mean, that makes sense. Again, I don't know what things I do that someone may find clippable. Have at. Also, apparently I have no idea how to deal with, chat and moderation, so... I was gonna say I might keep that with the one kind of video thing that I took 3 years ago, where in Final Fantasy IV I have it to where like this is the regular gameplay. Edge is just no, it wasn't regular gameplay. It was the Free Enterprise, but I had an Edge just attacking the ground where there was no enemy multiple times. How on earth do you get back to the chat from this moderation menu? All right, well, oh God, I guess it's currently allowing hyperlinks, and I'm gonna leave it at that for now. Hopefully no one does anything bad with this information. All right. Yeah, we'll put Quinn over there hunting just to get more meat. Oh no, something went wrong. Why does it say something went wrong? Gar, what you doing? That's me. I mean, I will absolutely try to save. Oh, save as complete. Fortunately, I should be able to come to that at another point. Wow, more frames dropping. Huh. Still not like a terribly large amount, but not good either. But yeah, I'll be able to save that and use it a little later on anyway, because it should be connected to like one of the spots on the Twitch page itself. Because I saw Tresden did a save as well, or did a clip like that right after the Tipo fight. The last playthrough. Nah, you know what you did, Loki. That open. Yeah, okay, that does open. Cool. And honestly, I should probably have the whole URLs unlocked thing for this time being anyway, because we haven't really had a lot of people spam awful links. So until that happens, I'll probably just forget about the fact that I unblocked URLs. And it will help something like any media share thing happen later on. Maybe? Maybe. But I guess that would explain why when I was running, you know, the pretzel player, everything would end with 3 asterisks, because it was just censoring out the URL that would play. I didn't know it was doing that. Alright, so this last boss goblins had like so much more HP. So much. Nah. Okay. Yes, we are fighting you. Okay. So Ray was found in the river, or Ray woke up in the river. Tipo also woke up in the river, just a different part of the river. Where was Ryu? Presumably Ray woke up last. Because otherwise, you know, Tipo being around here wouldn't have been able to get over there. But Ray, being a strong young lad, would have been able to get up and walk. But Ryu was found by Bunyan, which means both Tipo and Ray were nowhere to be found. I think this is also the only point in time this song plays. Like, this doesn't play in Eden with Tipo. This is just Ray's theme. And he doesn't have a lot of theme moments after this, so... Wait, hold on. You finally tracked them down. We killed them. Bailio and Sunder died by our hands. And we were pretty much paying attention to them the whole time. Ray, who have you been tracking? Is there another couple of horse people that are like Bailio and Sunder that we have to be worried about? I mean, I understand that Sin City is not the most family-friendly place, but I don't know who Ray could have been attacking. That's the only explanation. It's like, maybe Ray didn't get a good look at them the first time. And then it's like, well, these are horse people. I'm now a racist or something like that. So then mastering them under fall would be a hilarious thing to do, but I mean, clearly, something's up. Because he hasn't seen the boss. He doesn't know what the boss looks like. So... yeah, who on earth could he have been tailing that whole time? Nah. Yeah, I'll still stab you. You know what you did, Loki. Like, why would I be interested in getting revenge? All they did was completely forget about us once the mayor set our house on fire by hiring 2 hitmen. Frankly, I kind of caused problems for the mayor already. you can only kill so many McNeils before it becomes a bit of a story. Also, it's very obvious that Ray doesn't really care too much about the mayor. He's a man-eating tiger that has already attacked somebody in the front of everybody else. A bunch of armed guards aren't going to stop him. He just wants information now. I'm afraid I don't understand that reference. I don't know what Becomes Crew is. I mean, Nina's gonna rejoin the party, of course. Because she has a name. And some sort of very colorful scheme. So yeah, she's gonna join back up, and I think, yeah, everyone should still have all the gear that they had when we left. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we don't even get the triumphant fanfare for when she rejoins the party. She's just, yep, back in the party. Yep, still has everything. They had to pick up anything better for her to wear? Oh, right, nope. The gold hairpin, that was better. Nothing there, that's still the best thing I have. Right? Yeah. I don't think the armoryman in Sin City had anything worthwhile for me. Yep, just waiting on information. Hold on. I want to get Gar out of the way on this one for a little bit. Ah. Interesting. But so it goes. I'm not gonna lie, I've definitely dropped off a lot on information of people that I grew up with. But right, I have to use the shortcut anyway, because it's the fastest way back down the mountain. They survived the hit. Whee! I don't know if I have access to that yet. Oh, well, I have access to this, so I'm gonna go do that instead. Time to give Nina a new master. Yes, once upon a time in the Contest of Champions. That hasn't happened in years. No one would believe a single thing you're saying, Emitai. Alright, so now I have Emitai, which has int plus 5 as opposed to Yggdrasil's int plus 2. And Magus's int plus 3. There's only 4 skills, and it only takes a total of 8 levels. Now, normally, I don't remember what Emitai teaches. Aside from Enlighten and Mind Sword. Those are the only 2 skills that I ever remember seeing as necessary from him. Wait a second. Is that a Yggdrasil tree? No, that can't be a Yggdrasil tree. Then I would have been missing one the whole time. Yep. A lot of dead people. Dog's fine, though. Ray knows what's important. Yeah, sure, have a healing herb. Like, I would have just given you one, but... Okay, who says... Okay, it must be you that say the boss walked away. There we go. I might not have it anymore. Nope, still have it. Of course I have it. I know that this fight's an important thing, that Were-Tiger is, you know, dumb. But I also liked using it with... I mean, just Berserk in general is the other one. Oh yeah, God, as many skills as I can get, it makes the game... I mean, I enjoy it. Okay, rest, save. I bought like 6 skill links as well, so... Okay, hit that button. Actually, how are the skill notes doing anyway? 28. I'm probably not going to use that skill. Although... No, probably still not going to use it. It is really expensive. Although... Oh, good. So I just have these 3. Which reminds me. Gar doesn't need that anymore. Anything else I want to give Ryu? No. Not a thing. Alright, Hendrickson. As a warning, I might be ending sort of soon. Like I said, sorry. I said this way at the beginning. I was planning on getting through the Mikba fight, and then that might be it. Have been on since 11:30. Right, time zones. 11:30 Pacific. Since that's my time zone. I don't want to have to add a clock to all of these. Mostly because then I'll be looking at a clock the whole time, and I don't want to do that. But if I'm still on when you get back, always glad to have you back. I did save, right? Well, I'll hit a save state anyway, because safety reasons. No, that's correct. Okay. Hopefully this will work. Also, since this is another boss in the mod, we'll see what happens. If I'd been as strong then as I had now, maybe I could have killed the new by myself. Oh wait, I did. Well. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Some of these bosses are getting a little stronger and catching me off guard. Yep, that's the party. That's the formation. Now, I remember that you steal a silver mail from this guy normally. But that might be changed. Because you did change what Gishan was wearing and carrying. Wow, only 28. Well, I'm looking forward to Raid dying shortly. Also, just starting with aura. Oh, there he goes. Come on, give me that silver mail. No. Oh. Well. This is also the one turn I get. I think that I can actually action with Ray. Also, his agility is 48. That's with 1, 2, 4, I forget how heavy magma armor is. 12. So, Ray's base agility is currently 60. Not bad. Let's grab an ammonia. Oh, I forgot to buy ammonians again. It's still doable. I just needed to change Ray's equipment. Oh! He's not automatically were-tigering. I really thought he was going to do that. Forgot to give Nina protection from fire. I mean, it's minus 30 wisdom, but... I don't know what other skills he's gonna use. Alright. Let's start this paint train a-rolling. Oh, you have reprisal. Well, I have to worry about that. We'll just run it back. We can do this for 10 turns, roughly. Okay. Actually, let's observe you and then resurrect Ray. Okay. Who's it gonna be? Is it gonna be Ray or is it gonna be Nina? I mean, that's what the looking stuff up is for. Ooh. It will be Ray, so I cannot be Super Dragon. However, well, that shouldn't have happened. Come on, man. Oh, it still drains so much AP. I know, I still would have just rather it, not transform, but... Alright, so Ryu should be out now. And back to being Ryu, because he has no defenses. And he's just out of AP. And I can't use Ascension this turn because I don't have enough AP. But I can still launch myself at him. Eat Skyman! That's probably good. And then we'll try this again. Man, I'm glad I got that second magma armor. Damage altered by HP or just critical hit. Ah. Well, someone's gonna die. Wait, hold on. You must have a berserk clause that just raises your speed. Kind of annoying, but I can get behind it. 10 int. Not bad. Yeah, Bailey and Sunder are already dead. You know, you would have known that if you'd been keeping track of them like you said you had. Did I become a dragon that fight? Probably. I probably became a dragon that fight. At least once. Besides, Ray, you already attacked the one person in McNeil Village that clearly deserved it. Not gonna lie. Loki deserved being attacked. You might need to up the Shadow Walk AP cost, yeah. Even if it's available only through a dragon. Like, you get them right after you get the ability to buy Wisdom Seeds. It's a bit much. Well, I mean, if you're removing easy, I'll just refer to them as sources, like the health and attack sources. If you remove the easy ones of those, it might stem rampant item abuse, maybe. But all right, the last time we get to hear that song, because this is the last party member. You did a good job, Gar. I wonder if anything exciting will ever happen. Like a fight or some big criminal trying to break through. I do it if only you knew. Don't mind me, just taking everything from your outpost. Alright, better fishing rod. Now, let's think. What's the best master for Ray? Oh, well, at least I got the optimum right. I will head back to Sin City to see if there's any gear that I can pick up first. Because now that Nick was dead, Everybody's back. I don't know why, but... Okay, no. Well, I mean, that's absolutely gonna go on Nina. Because it's 21 defense over 12, and it weighs less. Yeah, there's no way 500 is a reasonable price for Wisdom Seeds. Of course, that said, there's no way 5,000 is a reasonable price for Wisdom Fruit. No. Oh yeah, the Moxa. What? I'm sorry, what? Moxa sells for 12,500. I mean, you only find one of them naturally. And this isn't even the one I found naturally, because I left that one in Windia. I mean, yeah, that one makes sense because you could buy them for a lot. Honestly, if Wisdom Seeds were... Well, let's look at this. The fish that we could buy from Rafala. The rainbow trout and the sea bream. Now, they're fish, so they have a poor sell rate already. But they only heal 5. So... you buy those for 160. I was thinking maybe 3,000. That way it's still a fairly reasonable price and you don't get like 50s when you go to sell it, if you absolutely need to sell it. Ah, Jaluk. Ah, we're starting to get a little medium on all of them now. Yeah, that feels about right. Because, yeah, that... I don't actually have a because statement, I guess. Gar, you're coming back in for a bit. I have to leave Ray out of the party for reasons. The reasons being I don't have a good master under for him to be under yet. He's not even under Magus, apparently. It's kind of why I didn't want Gar to be in the party either, because he's not really under a conducive master either. So I can talk to half of the quadruplets, and I cannot enter Windia Castle for some reason, even if I'm Princess Nina, because I have to go and deal with the plant first. But that said, we did in fact complete the goal set for the day. So I'm gonna unfortunately leave it at this music, which isn't nearly as good as the children's overworld music, but that's my opinion. And then we're gonna go back to this screen. So, gonna hit a quick save state before anything happens. All right. So aside from a minor break I had to take in the middle of this, we got everything that I intended to get done. We got all the way through to fighting Mikba. We beat him in the first try. I'm a little surprised that worked. So, the only two bosses that we've died against so far were the Dragon Zombie and Gishan, that guy. And it's not like we had to grind afterwards. It was just a slight change of plans and we were good. So, yeah, I think this is going pretty well. So, tomorrow I will be back. 11 a.m. I'm trying to shoot for that one and not, start a little later because I had to go eat something because I didn't eat anything yesterday because I worked for 17 hours yesterday and I got up, went to work, came home, went to bed. But, so tomorrow we're back here. We're running more Breath of Fire 3. I think. I'm pretty sure that's the case. Tomorrow's Thursday, right? Should probably check my calendar. Yeah, I think tomorrow is Breath of Fire, so. You too, Hina. I'll try to. Yeah, tomorrow is Thursday. I will try to go through and at least, do the jump zooms through your playthrough you did yesterday of Breath of Fire 4, just to make sure things are happening. Oh yeah. Cool. I'm just double checking things like what's going on tomorrow versus what's going on next Thursday. Because one of those days I plan on heading over to my local game store and playing some Commander for Magic the Gathering. Which is fun, and at least I enjoy it. So, that starts 5:30 my time. So I may not run, as late as this, which is 7. But I'll probably do that next week. Not so much this week. So next Thursday, I might do some card openings because that's kind of a shorter stream. I've got quite a few boxes of Magic, so might be something if you're interested in that. If not, I don't fault you. All right. I guess I can do the goodbyes. That sounds about right. So thank you everybody for stopping in, for chatting. Thank you Fragilities, Real Dragon Sand, Kesser, and Hendrickson for following. And thank you, Real Dragon Sand, for the raid. If you liked what you saw and you think other people would like it as well, feel free to send them anything from this. If you liked what you saw and you want to see more of it, there is the YouTube channel where I post previous weeks of content about a week delay. So anything that I do this week will get posted next Friday at noon. Because I kind of want to have a nice regimented schedule for that. That way it's always going up. That said, last week's stuff will be going up on this Friday. Or at least going live this Friday. I've already put it up. But also, I am on Twitter. It's at Zalbag1. That was the easiest, fastest way to get it. I think someone else is already at Zalbag. I probably should have thought about grabbing that name when I made the URL made the name for this, but that was like 6 years ago. Was that 6 years ago? At least 4. I blame Desert Buzz for help on that one. But, so, I am around on Twitter. I don't post a lot, but if you want to try to get a hold of me and ask questions or talk or anything, I'm there. The DMs aren't closed, but realize you might not be... I mean, I don't actively try to hide who I am. Honestly. But... oh, right. The YouTube channel has definitely older playthroughs where it was before I switched to using this model, and it was a camera directly at my face. So if you really want to see what my face looks like, you could do that. Or if you want to see me fail at a genocide run through of Undertale, that's there too. Let's see. What else is the usual goodbyes that I give? I mean, thank you to Rashama for, one, continuing to allow me to stream this and post it and all that, and also for being around while I'm doing this in case odd questions arise. And sometimes it's really nice to have the interesting lore conversations. Thank you, Hina, for stopping in as always. I really need to figure out the Twitch information, like how to eventually VIP people, which would be nice, but that'll come down the line. All right, I think that's it for now. So stay safe, stay healthy, be good to yourself, be good to other people. Take care. I'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye. Wait, I remember what the last one was. So like Hina did earlier, if you do want to make a clip, feel free to. If you want to send it off to like weird clip conglomeration channels, absolutely have at. If you want to post them on your channel, you can do that too. Just let me know. That's it. Okay. Goodbye.